reflecting on death. Many of you will know this. It's called The Mower. If you don't know it, take this as a little gift. The Mower. The mower stalled twice. Kneeling, I found a hedgehog jammed up against the blades, killed. It had been in the long grass. I'd seen it before and even fed it once. Now I had mauled its unobtrusive world unmendably. Burial was no help. Next morning I got up, and it did not. The first day after a death, the new absence is always the same. We should be careful of each other. We should be kind while there is still time. Thanks very much.
Pretty amazing. I think we can stop there. So thank you so much for that. I'm going to say a few more words about the conference. I'm going to give you a little overview of the conference. I want to make it clear, in spite of what John said, that this conference isn't exclusively about death, although we will be talking about it, but it's more about the denial of death and the cost of that denial. So perhaps talking about the denial of death is just another clever way of avoiding death itself. I'm not sure.
Of course.
But we'll be spending a lot of time doing that.
I would say so.
At least most of us will be talking about death in a personal way, but there will be a couple of speakers who will also be addressing collective death, the collective death that's possible with global warming and climate change. So I think that needs to be addressed as well. I think if there's an overarching theme for this conference, it would be to make us aware of the damage that we do to ourselves and to others when we deny our mortality. So I think we'll be paying attention to the cost, or we'll be much more aware of the cost of that denial by the end of this conference. And perhaps we'll find some ways to come to peace and acceptance with it. And I think that poem by Larkin was a good start. So for the rest of the evening, you're going to be spending time listening to Sheldon, as I've already said about 12 times, and John's repeated. But I'd like to give you a little bit of an overview about what's going to happen for the rest of the conference.
So, upper plains, lost and found, made Lurie. Let's overlook out to the spire there with her. Sound of the night. Investigate the signal Priya detected. It's coming from an abandoned. A ver, see? This one. Finding Home Part 2. Kinglore Forest. So, where are we? Okay. Gossamer Lakes. What? Wisdom Lake? Shimmering Falls? Where the heck? From an abandoned. Finding home. So, can I? Okay. no. Ah, pero no me gusta que sí hay mucho ghosting. Why? Is it normal? A ver, no se cambió nada. Let me just double check. Maximum 120. Sí, sí, sí. Quality. Enable. Yes. No, sí, está bien. Y luego, keep graphics, motion blur off. Sharpening. Ya, duérmete, tú. O te saco. Shh. Jesus. So I'm here, and I need to go to... What's this? Here. Cargo. Weldon. Pues no sé, no hay manera. Okay.
Good to see you, New Moon.
Wow. It's still very good. Pero sí se ve mucho ghosting.
Here we go!
Ni siquiera me estoy respetando lo de los 120. Fixed. Balanced. Off. Creo que es esto. Please let it be. A ver. Hello? Oof. Yeah, at least it's better. Wow. Oh my god. Duérmete ya, tú. Hey. Where am I going? Straight. A ver, aguántame. Sí, no, no, no. Si quieres, ¿no? ¿Cómo? ¿Cómo que cómo? Ok. Ya le bajé un poquito, sí.
Yes!
Ay, ya se ve feo. Pues también acá a la derecha. But I'm guessing it's up there. Yeah, okay. Y los globos esos. Is that Pandora? Oh no, eso es la luna esa. Un planeta, no sé qué es. Shotgun. I don't know if this would be a good idea. Moon. How do I feed myself? Can I feed myself? No, no puedo. No, hombre. Okay, no matter. Oh my goodness. Gucci, Gucci. I think I'm gonna... I'm gonna turn off el... que se da cuenta cómo se llama. Awareness. Third person. Radical. Enemy. Show quest. Health, energy, stamina. NPC. Bueno. Let me actually try with this setting, porque no sé cuánto voy a aguantar. Okay.
Eyes open. Oh, that's your favorite, isn't it, New Moon? I'll need Dapafet pods. Seeing some sort of facility pumping out wastewater.
You're looking at a gas oil separation plant. Another piece of rotten fruit from the RDA engineers.
Where? Ahí? I think I should better switch to this. Oh, let's see. To try. Wait. Okay. Ahí hay algo. Creo que sí. A ver. A ver. 140. It's the same thing. It's just RDA damage. Pues... This one. Stagger. Can I hit him from here? Será? No. Hasta mi ecran. ¿Pero y qué? No le hago daño. Tampoco. Oh.
The pipelines for the waste pump and the gas tank need to go, along with the power plant.
Yes, ma'am. Wow. Le hago bien poquito daño. Oh, there we go. Con esto. I was using the wrong ammo. Main building's power plant. Okay. Sí lo maté. Oh my god, they could see through that. Bruh. Oh. No. No, sí le jaló. I should turn that off, huh? ¿Cómo le hago para for a more immersive experience? Radical 25. And then hints. Show compass, yes. Hints. Enemy info off. Yo creo que sí. Incoming damage. Nearby discoveries. Pues no sé si eso se refiere aquí en el battle. No, pero... Oh, ya no veo a nadie. ¿O sí? Ah, sí, 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 sí. Wow, era bien chingo, bro. Wow. Chinga, ay, güey. Shut down, close the door. How do I close it though?
All units, hostiles have been detected.
Security override +2. Shotgun.
Readings indicate a mechanical malfunction. Does anyone have eyes on it?
Uy.
Holding here. How about it, man?
Creo que cambiar. Oh my god. ¿Por qué no aumenta mi energía? Oh.
Gonna use your head for a hood ornament!
Gotta move! There you go.
I'm after it!
Where you at? Where you at? Oh. No. Frame drops. Unbelievable.
Those foes are quick!
what's down there.
Moving out.
It shouldn't be that strong. Well, at that distance, probably. No. Oh, wow, okay, man. Can they hit me? Damn it. Sí le voy a bajar algo. Fixed quality. And then medium. Scatter, dither, terrain, tessellation. Okay, I think that's more acceptable. Vamos a ver cómo. Okay, it feels more fluid now. Something was fucking it up. Excuse the language.
I won't hurt you. Promise. I know you're here. Lock them out. They're not getting away. Come on, kid. Let's get this over. Repositioning. I found you. Repositioning. Lay down. I'll make this quick. Moving.
I don't know what that yellow hit mark means. I don't know if I should more se murió. ¿Qué es eso? Granadas no me dan. Ah, era eso lo que buscaba. Y mira, justo. No hace nada acá. Ay. Eso. There's a lot of ghosting though. Let's look at ni modo. Es una u otra. Qué burraco, ¿verdad? 8. What am I? Character 8. So very good. Oh. Alerted. Thank you. How do I stop it? Oh. Okay. Se trabó mi stick. Digo mi gatillo. Fucking A, bro. Esta no, creo. No. So, ¿qué tengo que hacer entonces? Ya bajé ahí, ¿no? ¿O no? Justo es lo que me falta. What the hell? Pero ruco.
Hanson 1-6 signing off for evac. Understood. Healing out.
¿Quién canta? ¿Quién sabe? Es Gaia. ¿Sí o no? Pura tontera, en serio. Qué cringe. Take it. Destroyed. Reclaimed for Pandora. ¿No? Pensé que sí era.
Tempo believe I'm saying this, but looking at the air quality charts is such a delight now. You know, I just realized you probably don't even remember the air being so clean here. On your own world, there's stuff I've never seen before either. Like those sparkling cloud thingies in the sky. What do you think they do?
Is she gonna reply? The air has cleared over much of the western frontier, allowing flying creatures to return to their natural habitats. The soil quality has also improved in multiple regions. Whale swarms can now be found in the air over multiple regions. Whale swarms? Exquisite gatherables are more likely to be found in the right conditions. So what are those? Organisms whose secretions can restore any current stamina when flown through. Oh, that's cool. Weird how that could work, but don't question it. Welcome it. Dios mío. Chicas y grandes. Listo. So there's nothing else to recover, I guess. But is it truly done? Oh yeah, I think so. Fast travel. Mira que hay también un... There's something else here. So it's coming from an abandoned RDA site. But that's not it. RDA site? Could this be it? Cargo transfer site? Oh, that could have been it, the Yuki. Maybe these are, okay, anyway, let's go. 526. Oh wow. Do I get injured if I try? Ow. Okay, yep. Tú eres malo, tú eres feo. Uy. Ay. No, pues no. No quiso Crimson. No me deja. ¿Dónde está? Oh, hello. Crasheó horriblemente de la nada.
Tomorrow we're going to start off with Jack Martin, and Jack Martin will clarify and
Hello.
express many of Becker's ideas, but he'll situate it within a biographical framework, specifically with Becker's time here at Simon Fraser. Jack will be followed by a presentation by David Loy, who's a Buddhist scholar, and he'll be showing us, as I recall reading Becker, there was always a place implicit sometimes, explicit at other times for the sacred. And I think David Loy will bring that sacred presence forward in his talk, looking at Buddhism as a path or as a shield or an umbrella. In the afternoon, we're going to have a couple of panel discussions. One of those panel discussions will go into greater detail about the cost of denial, death, and how we protect ourselves by identifying with the current values of our culture, and perhaps how we can release our death grip on those meanings and open up to a more generous way of being with one another. The second panel discussion will look at death itself. We'll have a nurse, oncologist who works in oncology. She'll be talking about her PhD research and physicians' attitudes towards death and how that affected the way they practice. And at the end of the day, you'll be filled to the brim. Your minds will be filled to the brim, even though we'll have opportunity.
Shut up. está amaneciendo, ¿no? Hello? Muffa clean? Why?
Thank you for these gifts.
Hombre. Polluted. Oh, okay. No, me gusta, me gusta. So. Ooh, hello? Chest guard. Hello? Elemental resistance. Yes, thank you. If it were that simple, huh? The hacking. Just with the press of a button, huh? Skewless, 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 skewless. What? A psyops. Nathan Williams, please see attached. Good work on the last samples. Mateo said they were all intact. Some of the best I've had so far. I know this field work is a little different from what you were expecting, but you're doing great. We need more like you. Keep it up. Thank you. So it's not that? Mentors River. Mentors River. Where the hell is the Mentos River? Oh, my spark. Oh, so it's around here. Okay, fine. We needed to explore anyway. No. ¿Por qué no se oculta el... guided exploration? Hints to quest locations, but require you to use the map and wounds to find where to go. Show up. Ah, eso sí.
Thank you for these gifts.
Nearly got you! Bastard's not getting away! Wasted enough time on this.
depths of your spirit.
Etua is young. She is naive. She grieves her mother.
Tiny sky people. They will wear our spears like feathers.
The hunters should be out in force.
Perhaps you might... Can I help with something? Let me know if I can help with anything else.
I have not seen you before. Natu's dye is full of lumps.
My aunt, there you are. Come, come. Are you on your own? My student Natu is quite the miserable little thing these days. It was a fall during her rookery climb. Her dreams were crushed and so was her confidence. Now she dreads to try her hand at anything.
I'm sure her confidence will come back. Maybe she just needs encouragement.
You see now where you fit in. We Aranahe may be great weavers, but Sarentu talents know how to spin great tales of hope and courage. I think Netu will open up to you. Everyone loves a little something new. She may even share her weaving skills with you.
Tua is the future of this clan, like her mother.
Nefika will adore this color. Katnat leads with quiet strength. All will be well.
Who might you be? You must be the young Sarentu Nefika will not stop talking about. I hear Nefika has a little project planned for you in the Weaver's Den. She's been asking for you. She turns everyone into a weaving student eventually.
Welcome!
Grandad would like this. Have a look then. Use it well.
What clan are you?
Why would Nafika ask me to do this?
Come to better yourself.
Take good care of your bow. Why would Nafika ask me to do this? This is way too hard.
Godnok knows what is best.
Now is the time for action.
I trust that things will settle down again. Sky people are better left alone. things will get better.
Etua is young. She is naive. She grieves her mother.
Home tree must gain her strength back.
We cannot close our eyes to war.
Tiny sky people, they will wear our spears like feathers.
Nafika's hoping you could teach me more about weaving.
I am afraid you are mistaking me for someone else. I cannot even fly an Ikran to gather my own ingredients. How could I teach you anything useful?
I can get what we need. Nafika thinks there's a lot I can learn from you.
That cannot possibly be true. Why would she say such a thing?
Whatever her reasons, I'm just here to learn. If you'll have me as your student, that is.
Right.
There's not much I can teach you. But I suppose if you can get me some bruise moss, I might be able to show you something.
No.
Hello. Si tengo, oye. ¿Qué era?
We need bruise moss. Do you think you can get some?
Bruce Moss. I need fiber. I have 3, so what do you mean? Craft the contribution to the clan. Healing Sanctuary clan contribution. ¿Cómo se llama? Healing Sanctuary. Healing Sanctuary. Where the heck is that? Healing Sanctuary. Alley's Overlook. Okay, speech ability? Screech. Wow. Need to Shawl, ¿no era este? Sí, ¿no?
Puma may be reckless, but she has good instincts.
Animal superior. But then what does she request from me?
Like I said, we need bruise moss. But do not expect too much from me when you get it.
Things will get better.
I don't know if I should do it.
We need bruise moss.
Bruise moss. Creeping moss. Right. Moss. What the heck is moss? Ah, Bruce moss. ¿Qué no tengo yo? Ah, pero necesito ser superior. $36 to $40. Moss. Skyrock moss. Pero
Do you think you can get some?
en el stash no puedo yo. What the fuck? ¿Dónde está el stash aquí?
That not leads with quiet strength. All will be well.
¿Esto qué es? Lionberry moss. Bruce moss.
Nathu won't approve.
What the heck does it? Bruce moss. Found on rocks and water throughout the Kingler Forest. Rebels on rocks in the waters of Dyer's Bowl in the Spinner Circle domain. Dyer's Bowl, Spinner Circle, rocks. Dyer's what? Spinner Circle. Dyer's Bowl. Okay. Eso, Maibo. Okay. Since I'm on a quest, I'm gonna put background this time.
For questions and answers. I'd like to give us all an opportunity to have small group discussions where you can process some of the things that you've heard, ask some questions, state some opinions, and get to know each other a little bit better. So that'll be the final thing that'll happen tomorrow. We'll close with that. There will be no closing remarks, and then we'll reconvene on Sunday morning. So I think that's about it. There's not going to be a dance tomorrow night, so all you joyful skeletons will have to dance at some other venue. There wasn't enough interest expressed, so that's why it had to be canceled. And I'm going to conclude my remarks before introducing Sheldon with a little story about a man who was experiencing some health symptoms and decided to go to his doctor and just get it checked out. He was a proactive kind of a guy, so he went to the doctor, explained his symptoms, and asked him to run a few tests, and the doctor was pleased to oblige. So about a week later, the doctor phones him up and says, okay, the results are in, and I've got some bad news and good news. What do you want to hear first?
Best quality rain.
So the guy pauses for a moment, and he says, well, give me the good news. And the doctor said, well, you've got 24 hours to live. And the guy says, what? What could be worse than that? And the doctor said, I was supposed to phone you yesterday. I've told that joke a number of times just to see how well it would go over, and every time I laugh a lot. And I think the reason I laugh is because that punchline brings death right up. We always like to have a gap between our contemplation of death in some unforeseeable future, and that punchline brings it right to our face. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sheldon.
Thank you. And thank you, that was awesome. And thank you, everybody, for coming this evening. I feel awkward a little bit being thrust in the position of doing like a keynote talk. And I know I've seen some of you all before. You all look vaguely familiar at this point. But a few years ago, that's like 20 years ago, Neil asked me to do a keynote talk for one of our Ernest Becker Foundation presentations, and I was telling my family, I have 2 kids, I still do, but they're bigger than me. They look down on me literally and figuratively now, but they were small at the time. And I was like, oh, I have to go to Seattle to do the keynote talk. And my son, kind of a wise ass, if you'll pardon the expression, was about 4 years old, and he's like, oh, keynote. I can do that. And he ran over to the piano and he just hit the middle C on the piano. He's like, all right, that's it. And yet I think there's something symbolically appropriate about that, particularly for this particular enterprise where we're here to exchange ideas in the service of commemorating the legacy of Ernest Becker's ideas. I'm happy to serve as talking head of sorts to give you an overview of ideas that I know many of you are very familiar with and tell you a little bit about the research that we've
Nepu will
done
like this.
over the decades to provide empirical support for those notions. But for the most part, I hope to just set a good tone and not be too intrusive, as it were, because I think the main events are tomorrow, and I think the best part of this is going to be when we get to see each other more directly and get to know each other a little bit. All right, so with that in mind, since antiquity, I think, although I wasn't there, I'm told that philosophers, theologians, just people in general have always been groping for some pithy way to capture the essence of what it means to be a human being. And I know that you all know this because you're familiar with the term that we use to refer to ourselves as a species, Homo sapiens. And whether or not we're worthy of that designation, one line of thought proposes that what characterizes us as a unique form of life is that we're wise and rational animals. Move to defer discussion of the merits of that proposition for the moment. But as some of you also know, that's not the only designation that humans have been characterized by. I know some of you all, who's heard of Homo ludens, the idea that we're uniquely playful animals? How about Homo faber, the idea that we're tool-producing, working animals? How about Homo aestheticus from Ellen Dissanayake of Seattle, who says, following Aristotle, that we're fundamentally aesthetic animals. And I think all of those are pretty good as heuristic designations that draw our attention to aspects of human activity that surely define us. However, what I'd like to do tonight to commemorate Ernest Becker's ideas is to just toss one other designation on the table. In the book that we just wrote, we call it Homo mortalis. And here we're just following a whole bunch of historical strands. Anyone ever hear of the Scottish essayist Alexander Smith in the 1830s or so? He wrote an essay where he said, "It is our knowledge that we must die that makes us human." And then William James, a couple of decades later, frames that same idea in religious terms when he says, "Oh, death is the worm at the core of the human experience." The idea, you're familiar with the Garden of Eden. Again, we weren't there, but we know that when Eve partakes of the apple from the tree of knowledge, that's what brings death into the world. And then we also know, almost a century later, that Ernest Becker, a whole lot of work, I would say, in books, The Birth and Death of Meaning, in the book The Denial of Death, in the book Escape from Evil, he elaborated on that basic idea that it is the knowledge that we must die that makes us human, and won a Pulitzer Prize for his efforts. But I think more importantly, has just really crystallized a whole lot of historical strands of thought from a variety of disciplines that I think really in many ways just captures the essence of what it means to be a human being. All right, so let me tell you very briefly, classic comic book overview of Ernest Becker's depiction of the motivational underpinnings of human behavior, drawing from a whole wide variety of disciplinary sources. What Becker asks us to do in The Birth and Death of Meaning is to just start with a relatively simple assumption from Darwin, and that is that human beings share with all other forms of life a basic biological predisposition towards surviving in the service of self-preservation and reproduction. And I'm in Canada, so I think I can get away with that without too much pushback. All right, but it's true. All right, so head shakes because I'm tired. I was in Scotland the other day, so it's like 4 in the morning there, so I'm a little wobbly. But who remembers Darwin's Origin of the Species, second chapter, the struggle for survival, where Darwin just says, hey, living things like to stay alive. Right? But Darwin then also pointed out that lots of different forms of life over literally billions of years have adapted to their surroundings in a variety of sublimely beautiful ways in order to persist over time. So you've got the giraffe with a long neck, and you've got eagles with tremendous eyesight. You've got dogs that have a great sense of smell, and so on and so forth, which raises the question, Becker argues, of why is it that we're not only here, but we're such a radically successful species. Now, we do have some very good physical attributes going for us. We're upright and bipedal. We've got an opposable thumb, stereoscopic, binocular vision, all very, very handy. But what keeps us alive, Becker proposes, is that by virtue of our enlarged forebrain, we have sophisticated cognitive capacities mediated by language that enable us, and only us, to think abstractly and symbolically to the point where we can imagine things that don't yet exist, and then have the audacity to transform our dreams into reality. And the example that I'm stuck on, because I think it's one that we're all familiar with, would be Da Vinci drawing little pictures of helicopters in his notebooks
some
in
new
the
stuff
1500s.
ready.
And what did people say when he did that?
Come to gear up?
Yeah, they said you're crazy, and yet today here we are routinely transported by what was originally denounced as the doodlings of a madman. And I like the way that Becker puts it, relying on one of his intellectual heroes, Otto Rank. Rank said, only human beings make the unreal real. All other creatures must accept the world in the form in which they encounter it. Only human beings, if they're not satisfied with their surroundings, can imagine alternative possibilities and then render them real. And I hope we can agree that that's pretty handy for staying alive. And so we're here in part because of our vast intelligence in the form of symbolic and abstract thought. Right, what Becker does then, though, in the denial of death is to kind of move back in time. Darwin's in the 1850s, 1860s.
Let me know if you need anything.
He then says,
Air
well,
filter broke
let's
again?
go back a couple of decades and let's think about the Danish existential philosopher Søren Kierkegaard. And I know many of you are familiar with Kierkegaard, who way ahead of his time, because this is really before psychology even existed. Kierkegaard said, human beings are so smart that we realize that we exist. In psychological discourse these days, they call it self-awareness or consciousness. I think that, again, when I talk about this, where I teach at Skidmore, I just ask the students, I'm like, wow, who's aware of the fact that you're sitting here now listening to me or pretending to do so while you hallucinate about lunch? And most of the students are able to acknowledge that they're not only here, but they're aware of that fact. And then just to be playful, I say, well, who's ever been walking down the street thinking to yourself, here I am walking down the street? Anybody ever do that? All right, how about this? Here I am walking down the street, thinking about that I'm walking down the street. You ever walk down the street thinking about that you're thinking that you're walking down the street? And the point that Kierkegaard wants to make, I think, is important and profound, and that is that we take self-consciousness for granted because we're just basically surrounded by it. And yet, Kierkegaard insists that it is a uniquely human affectation, perhaps mediated by language, because it takes a ridiculously sophisticated cognitive apparatus to render yourself the object of your own subjective inquiry. And what Kierkegaard says is, hey, a rose bush exists but doesn't necessarily know it. A raccoon exists but doesn't necessarily know it. You exist and you know it. All right, and those are the two assumptions that we need in order for Becker's theorizing to get off the proverbial ground. Living things like to stay alive, and so do we. And we are aware of the fact that we exist. So how are we doing so far? Head shakes, if that's okay. All right, then. Vodka, awesome. All right, so anyway, and then little thin volume that Kierkegaard wrote called Fear and Trembling. which I always suggest is good for a gift for your in-laws. Kierkegaard said, you know, once you are self-conscious, you will necessarily experience two uniquely human emotions that he referred to as awe and dread, respectively. And very simply, what Kierkegaard proposed is that for a self-conscious creature, it's both awesome and dreadful. All right, let's do the awesome part for 90 seconds before we descend into the existential abyss. All right, it is awesome to be alive and to know it. Again, rhetorical question, who's ever woken up one day just happy to be alive? You didn't win the lottery, not going to get a Nobel Prize, didn't produce any great work of art. You literally just wake up, you look around, and you're sublimely appreciative of the fact that you happen to exist. And all right, James Joyce, who knows Ulysses? I know some of you know it. Who's actually read it as opposed to using it to keep your car from rolling backwards on the driveway. So, who has finished it? Anybody finished it? Have a look then. You ever get to the last sentence, 50 pages, the longest sentence in the history of literature, as far as I can tell? No punctuation, no capital letters. I never got away with that when I was in school. Yet, the longest sentence in the history of literature, as far as I can tell, it starts and it ends with the same word, yes. All right, so here's Joyce just saying, yes, it is really great to be alive. What is it you need? So does Kierkegaard say. All right, but then he turns right around and he says, yeah, but it's also dreadful. Take good care of your body. Because unless you're a child or unless you're cognitively impaired, to be smart enough to realize that you exist carries with it the associated existential baggage that arises from the realization that, like all living things, your life is of finite duration and that you too will someday die. Moreover, Becker adds, following Kierkegaard, it's not only that you know that you will die someday that poses a psychological conundrum, it's the concurrent awareness that your death can occur at any time for reasons that you could never anticipate or control. And then Becker, just to add a little bit of psychological heft, takes an idea from Freud. So we don't like that we're going to die. We don't like that we could die at any time. We also don't like the fact that we're animals, that we happen to be ensconced in a corporal piece of flesh that will age and will decay and will ultimately die. And I was in Scotland, and some of you have heard me say this before, but when I was in Scotland last week, I asked folks who had seen the Elephant Man film. Has anybody seen that one? And a lot of the Scots had. That was a big film over in Scotland.
That's it?
And I was like, remember when the Elephant Man says,
else?
I am not...
You should ask Nafika to teach you. I'm just useless at this. Sorry.
But...
Look, I know you are trying to help me be, like, more confident or something. But Nafika is wasting your time. I am genuinely terrible at this. At everything.
Tranquila. What? Teachable moment? The hell is that? NATO. So can I put it on? cave route. So lick. Basic. Makeshift. A ver si vamos a hacer eso entonces. Ah, no, no tengo.
Katna is right. Do not invite chaos.
Ah, esta. Lightning. Superior. A fine look as animal. 16. Nice, bro. Cool. And so, can I do something else? Longbow. Kitangi. Fine. 34. Flame arrow. Hunters. $48. Is it the same thing? But how can I tell though?
Katna knows a war is madness.
Refurbished. Basic. Spear thrower. buckets. Pot fruit. He is waiting at the Watchful Scouts camp near the Wing Mountain. Okay. No thanks. Council tent. I know este. We were already here. Sure.
I've taught you all I know. I am sorry. Perhaps you should talk to Tahewu instead.
Sky people are no real
He
threat.
likes to feel helpful.
They are tiny.
A bone. Solali. Any bone.
Destroy their foul dens, but do not bring the Sky people here.
Waistcloth. Beaded. Kingler cocoon. Reginders. Beaded. Okay, gatherer.
You are courting trouble.
Waistcloth? Que no tengo. Ah, que tonto, Bresky. What is this? Waist fiber. Lionberry fiber. Kinglar cocoon.
We are not some brawling Zeswa. Etua should know better.
Oy. What the hell?
My hunts are for meat, not the Sky people.
So all this time I could have just... Is it this? Gatherer, see, mira. Where is this? And Palomita? Contribution client. Pues aquí, ¿no? O sea, just meaning aquí in the basket. Can I just do that? No me digas que no, men. De nada sirvió, chicas y grandes. So where do I take it? Viewing quest log. The clans work together to ensure what they need to deliver. Contribution to the clan gather. King Lower Forest. Pues no sé a dónde la tengo que llevar, man, pero...
You return to us.
Bro, no te creo, man. ¿Por qué no aparece aquí? No, hombre. Dire. Aranahi. Pero... Healing Sanctuary. Ah, ¿dónde será? Acá abajo. ¿No? Más para acá abajo, Spillway Rivers. What? Bellspring. Pues no, creo que no. No es momento de hacerlo. Cave root. No tengo nada de eso, ¿eh? Bladed. Moonwood. Rain de eso. No tengo nada de eso. Oh. Heavy storm arrows. Nice, bro. Yes, thank you. Órale.
I know you are trying
Tell
to
me,
help,
do
but
you
there's
hunt
nothing
well?
you can do.
Aim, breathe, release, and let your arrow fly true.
Where is your clan?
Where did you learn to string a bow like that? Not from me, I tell you.
It has been many years since your people...
What is it you need?
Canopy root. Hold on. Nada.
Take good care of your bow.
Hey, I can help you, I think. I mean, if you want to. If you do not, that's fine too.
Okay, shut up.
Again? Sorry, I have heard you're having trouble with Netu. I mean, not that you need my help, of course.
Netu is convinced she has nothing to teach anyone.
Oh, that is clearly not true. She always knows what is wrong with my work right away. Sometimes even before I start. Just yesterday, I had this great idea for a design. She listed off 15 different reasons why it was a terrible idea.
Why don't you teach me about this design of yours? Maybe that'll get her attention.
Oh? Really?
Oh?
You want me to teach you? Are you sure? Wow. Are you new?
Pretty used up, but I mean... Taheus shawl. Taheus? Okay. Taheu.
Are you really going to craft my design? Wow!
Sure. I mean...
Fresh herbs bring the dish alive.
Are you really going to craft my design? Wow! Netu gets so much attention.
Bruce Moss.
I cannot let you do this. Please, stop.
A mistake is just a lesson you have not learned yet. Right?
You return to us.
A little Zakuchi.
RDA mining camps.
Destroy their foul dens, but do not bring the Sky People here.
Decorations are all very pretty, but a bow is meant for more than beauty.
Kakna is right. Do not invite chaos. Where is your clan?
Archery is an artist, but...
This weaving pattern is atrocious. Did Tahewu teach you this?
Tahewu's eager to teach me, and I have no one else to turn to.
I cannot let Tahewu fill your head with his silly ideas. The other clans will think his work stands for all Oranae. We will need some dry moss. Skyrock moss. It grows in the boundless range, so getting some will not be easy. You will have to fly there.
Yes, teacher.
Please do not call me that. I am just trying to help the best I can. Like I said, Skyrock moss. I would go gather it myself if I had the skill to fly in Ikran.
Nefika will like it, right?
Tell me, do you hunt well?
Did you hear what Edua said?
The tiny Sky People, they will wear our spears like feathers.
Okay, so Shattered Forest biome. Upper Plains it is.
The Aranahe could teach us a thing or two about pigments.
Shattered bridge. Shattered forest. Upper plains.
Why do you not spend more time preparing and more time planning the next migration?
This Zezwa, Thinker's Point. See? Rain Thistle. A ver.
I should go see to God and fight. They are getting better every day.
Rain Thistle. Creo que no tengo. Correcto.
We do not want war, nor are we afraid of it.
Come on, Mimoon. Let's ride.
Nada. Le hice daño. los olvidé, los que tenemos. Ay. Young. Da perfect. Was ist mir kran? Arrow deer. Oh. Ay, ay. Rain thistle. ¿Qué dice que tiene que haber cuando at the top of the great tusk? Great tusk? What's the great tusk? Aquí, maybe? No, pero decía southeast, ¿no? Ay, otra vez crashó, mira, de la nada. Nah, what the hell?
An animal. And you're like, go, Mr. Pachyderm, I'm with you. But au contraire, the elephant man is an animal, and so are you. And as Becker points out, whether we like it or not, we're essentially breathing pieces of defecating meat that, from a purely biological perspective, are no more enduring or significant than cucumbers or cockroaches. And the point that Becker makes is that if we were constantly aware of the reality of the human condition, we are transient, ephemeral creatures, microscopic specks of respiring biological protoplasm, born in a time and place not of our choosing, living for an infinitesimal amount of time before we tumble into the abyss, we wouldn't be able to stand up in the morning. We would literally be, I can't stand up after I just said that. I feel like crawling under the podium, but yeah, no, good point, thank you. So, what Becker proposes, literally, is that we would be paralyzed by abject terror if that's all we thought about. I'm going to die. I could walk outside and get smote by a meteor. I'm a breathing piece of defecating meat. And what he proposed is that our ancestors somehow, quite ingeniously, although very likely quite unconsciously, solved the existential dilemma of the potentially crippling anxiety engendered by the awareness of death, which was in turn an unanticipated byproduct of our vast intelligence through the creation and maintenance of what anthropologists call culture. I'm looking at my clock. I'm going to get a watch someday, but not today. All right, so, and according to the anthropologists, and according to Becker, culture consists of humanly constructed beliefs about the nature of reality that we share with other people in our group that serves to reduce death anxiety by giving us each a sense that we're valuable people in a meaningful universe. So in The Birth and Death of Meaning, Becker introduces terms that I like because they're straightforward. He says, you know, our psychological equanimity requires that we believe that life has meaning and that we as individuals have value. So he points out, he's an anthropologist, he says, look, all cultures have a description of the origin of the universe. All cultures have a prescription of how we ought to behave while we're here. All cultures offer some hope of immortality, either literally through the heavens, afterlife, souls, and reincarnations of the world's great religions, or symbolically through having children, amassing great fortunes, writing great symphonies, scientific discoveries, and so on and so forth. And that's what gives us a sense that we have meaning. And then we also need to feel that as individuals we have value. And what he proposes is that every society has social roles, and social roles are associated with particular standards of achievement. And if we can approximate or exceed those standards, then we can perceive ourselves as significant individuals in a world of meaning. And if we're lucky enough to be able to do that, that's what Ernest Becker called self-esteem. And he said self-esteem is the dominant human motive, not to be confused with narcissism, by the way. If I can remember, I'll try and make a distinction later on down the trail, or let's talk about this when we're floating around. But in a nutshell, this is my sense of what Ernest Becker is essentially arguing, that we are unique amongst living things because we're intelligent enough to become aware of our own existence. This is both exhilarating as well as devastating because it makes us aware that we're going to die. We can die at any time, and that we're ephemeral animals. And in order to assuage the potentially debilitating terror that arises from those realizations, we embed ourselves in cultural worldviews that give us each a sense that we're valuable members of a meaningful universe. And because of that, whether we're aware of it or not, we are highly motivated at all times to maintain a sense of confidence in our cultural worldviews and a concurrent belief in our value in the context of the cosmological drama to which we subscribe. All right, so two things. So what? And how do we know this is true? And so what is like, well, all right, what do we gain from these ideas? When we talk about, well, what's the function of the university? Surely it's not the only one, but the hope is that we can generate ideas that help us understand ourselves and the world around us. And then another question is, well, how do we know that these ideas have merit? Although Becker won a Pulitzer Prize for the denial of death, he was generally dismissed by academic psychologists as kind of an interesting but nevertheless speculative poet, because the argument was that his ideas coming from psychoanalysis and coming from existential philosophy were too abstract to ever be amenable to be subjected to empirical scrutiny. And so what I've been doing with my colleagues Jeff Greenberg and Tom Pazinski for the last 35 years is to design and conduct experiments, both in the lab and in the world, that test hypotheses that are derived from what we call terror management theory. And terror management theory was just our effort to take all of Ernest Becker's books and to shrink it down to a paragraph or two of declarative theoretical statements from which we could derive hypotheses that could then be tested. Right, so what I want to do, and still finish in time for the reception, because I'm the only thing between you and snacks and drinks, is let's do so what, and how do we know that this is true at the same time? Let me bounce through some of the areas that I think Becker's ideas are profoundly illuminating with regard to helping us understand the vagaries of the human condition. And then along the way, let me describe, at least briefly, the research that we've done that bears on some of these claims. We got interested in Becker's ideas because as graduate students, we were really trying to figure out, Jeff and Tom and I, how come people can't get along with other human beings who don't share their beliefs about the nature of reality. All right, back to James Joyce. I know you didn't finish the book, but who started it? Anybody get even 10 or 20 pages through? Page 9 of Ulysses, Stephen Dedalus says, "History is a nightmare from which I am trying to awaken." And the point that Joyce is making is that even the most benevolent glance at human history reveals an unflattering depiction of humankind. It's literally been one ongoing genocidal atrocity juxtaposed with the brutal subjugation of designated in-house inferiors. And if you read the newspaper or watch TV these days, I see no signs that these affectations have abated in the least. And Ernest Becker was tremendously concerned, in fact, almost singularly concerned with trying to understand what he ultimately came in his last book to call evil. What is it about us that we can't seem to tolerate another human being who worships a different God, who sings a different song, salutes a different flag? And what Becker did was to offer two, I think, profoundly disarming insights. One of them is very straightforward, and it is as follows. If your beliefs about the nature of reality serve a death-denying function, then whenever you run into somebody who doesn't share those beliefs, that's a problem whether you're aware of it or not. Because very simply, if you accept the validity of an alternative conception of reality, you necessarily undermine the confidence with which you subscribe to your own, and then you expose yourself to the very anxiety that your beliefs were created to mitigate in the first place. And so what Becker proposed is that the mere existence of people who are different is psychologically problematic. Head shakes if that makes sense, because I hope that does. Right? And then he says, oh yeah, but there's something else that may be even more discomforting. And this is as follows. Here he's following William James, and he says, you know, our cultural constructions, our religions, our politics, our economics are very, very powerful. And at their best, they really do serve to reduce death anxiety by giving us the uplifting sense that we're valuable creatures in a meaningful universe. Nevertheless, they are, however, symbolic, whereas the problem of death is very physical. And what Becker insisted is that no symbol, and here he's following William James, no symbol is potent enough to ever completely eradicate death anxiety. And therefore, there's always going to be what we call residual death anxiety. Becker called it the rumbling of panic beneath the surface of consciousness. And then he said what we do with that residual death anxiety is we repress it, but because that's so unpleasant, we project it onto other individuals or group of individuals that we declare the all-encompassing repositories of evil that we must then destroy in order to rid the world of evil. So in one of the most striking statements in the book, Escape from Evil, Becker points out the poignant irony that most of the evil in the world comes from people trying to rid the world of evil. And what he points out is that when we do run into people who are different, the first thing that we do is we belittle or berate them. The course, I believe that God created the earth in 6 days. People of the Fulani tribe in Mali, they believe the earth was created out of a giant drop of milk. Yeah, but those poor bastards are wearing grass skirts, worshiping piles of sticks and mud. They don't have iPhones and iPads. I'm being silly. I hope you understand this. And the reason I'm being silly, but there's an important point to be made here, is that does it make sense when you belittle the possessor of an alternative conception of reality, you spare yourself the trouble of doubting your own? And if we had more time, I would try to demonstrate to each of us that we all do that. It's unfortunate, but it happens to be true. Some of us then automatically correct for that tendency, but our first reaction to people who are different is to belittle or berate. The next thing that we do, or we do it at the same time, is we try and get people to dispose of their ideas and to adopt ours instead. Christian missionaries are very good, but so are political proselytizers and Tupperware salespeople. I don't know if they have those up here. And then, if that doesn't work, just kill those people, thus proving that your ideas and your God is superior after all. And what Ernest Becker asks us to consider is the unsettling possibility that one of the reasons, and one of the primary reasons why we can't get along with people who are different, is that the mere existence of those differences is psychologically unsettling because it makes it more difficult for us to confidently retain our own death-denying belief systems. All right, so how do we know if this is true? May seem true, but how do we know? So what Jeff and Tom and I did 35 years ago, if you're going to have an idea in science, it's going to usually happen young. So we had one 35 years ago. We were sitting around at our intramural bowling team, and that's what happened. I'd like to say, oh, we were in class, and it happened as a result of some protracted discussion with our erudite professors, but no, we were in a rather jocular, inebriated stupor trying to get the ball down the alley, and we're like, yeah, we have a great idea. What would happen if we asked some people to think about themselves dying? Let's ask other people to think about something unpleasant but not fatal. You're going to the dentist and getting a root canal. You're in a car accident. You have to have a leg chopped off. You're giving a speech in public and you vomit on the table and everyone's mortified and you're ostracized. All kinds of negative but not fatal things. And what we thought is that if Becker's right, then when you're reminded of your mortality, that should make your need for your culturally constructed beliefs more necessary. And we should be able to detect that by assessing your reactions to different people who either support your beliefs or people who are opposed to them. And what we reasoned is that when you're reminded of your mortality, you should like people who share your beliefs a lot more, and you should hate people who are different. Head shakes if that makes sense. All right, so then we designed a little thing, we call it mortality salience, and that's when we ask people to think about themselves dying. All right, sometimes we do it in the lab. We bring them in and we have them fill out a little questionnaire. Just jot down the thoughts and feelings that you have when you think about your own death. Sometimes we ask people to watch gory films of like electrocutions or car crashes. Sometimes we go outside and we stop people either in front of a funeral parlor or 100 meters to either side. The thought being that if you're stopped in front of a funeral parlor, that may bring intimations of mortality to mind. And then, most importantly, for those of you that may have some methodological sophistication, we have another technique where we bring people into the lab and they think that they're reading stuff on a computer, and while they're reading, we flash the word death so fast, 28 milliseconds, that you can't see anything. And in the control condition, we use the word field, same length, same frequency of occurrence in the English language. And the point that I want to make, because I want to get done before the sun rises, is that all of these different ways of making people momentarily aware of their mortality produce the same effects. But I think the most compelling and convincing demonstrations are the ones with the subliminal death crimes where you don't even know that death is on your mind. All right, so what happens when we remind people of death? Right, well, when Christians are reminded of death, they like fellow Christians a lot more, and they hate Jewish people. When Jewish people are reminded of death, they like Jewish people a lot more, and they hate Arabs and Christians. When Indians, like in India, are reminded of death, they love Indians. They hate Pakistanis. When Australian Aborigines are reminded of death, they love Aborigines and they hate white people, rightfully so, at least in that particular setting. All right, so the point is, and that effect has been reproduced in over 500 studies by independent researchers in more than 20 countries.
honeymoon. Let's ride.
I can see those most eager to win in the next competition have come here eager to learn.
Is it here? ¿O dónde estaba? ¿Mm? I want you. Hmm. Conquer advanced hardness. Great Tusk. It's raining already. Jamais go up. Yo, bro. Oh my god.
Where are you?
Chinga, ¿por qué no? Bro?
Anti-air turrets.
Number.
Okay, Nimun. Eyes open. There you go, Nimun.
Puta mamada, en serio. What's this? Can I go here? What the hell? Feather blade.
Stand straight. But you do not have to make yourself big.
I could hardly do it if I tried.
Always good to see a friendly face. Hello. Ah, come on. I knew I was always more curious than you. I think if we knew better what lays beyond the sky, then we could...
We already know. The sky people came from the stars, and look what they do here. I do not want to follow in their footsteps. This tree is home enough for me.
Such a long time. We all got it.
Maybe. I am not into big groups. I like it with just my mates and my Zaku.
Consultant in the circle. Consultant in the circle. Consultant.
Thank you for these gifts.
I think the Sky People might migrate as we do.
Not as we do. We follow the sun.
See what I have.
Shade and water, weed bast. Others.
Keep your head high.
Some really need to find someone to talk to. Someone who is not a Zaku. Sometimes you just need to cut through the problem. You look unwell, warrior. What have you discovered?
At their camps, I saw animals trapped and in pain. I freed those I could.
They kill needlessly. They leave the meat to rot.
Food from Awa makes them sick.
Ha! She stabs at them from their bellies.
They only take the parts of our world that they can sell to other Sky People. As trophies.
They have no respect for the life that surrounds them.
Their leader is Harding, and she's well known for her cruelty. What they steal, they take to her camp beyond the stone pillars.
Then we will repay her in kind. Go, and we will join you when we can.
Keep your eyes and arrows sharp, Saranchu.
glider
With
suit.
the siren to returning, what else is possible?
Storm glider. Huevo de storm glider.
Oh, someone should speak.
This sphere will need a sharpen it once more and it will vanish.
Wo-Ai is this one, and yet her father will not teach her to ride. Perhaps Vayu would listen to you?
A father's fear.
Stir the Zanka. We shall sell.
Make your pick, friend.
Rain thistle.
Friend.
Father's fear.
Winds, wanderer. You know I have only the best.
Rain thistle.
Friendly winds, wanderer.
¿Cuál iba a ser, no?
To rejoice about.
Native, Befilus.
The kites speak of celebration, but I cannot look upon them. They should all be chased back into the sky.
We must hurry and get the cheese ready. Zeswa are hungry.
Something to satisfy your hunger? A pleasure, I am sure. Something to satisfy your hunger? A pleasure, I am sure. That is not food. That is a work of art.
Must those dance fighters be so rough?
Welcome, stranger. Those rocks looming over the Mother of Rivers really look like Zaku.
The songs say they came from the wind and were made into stone. They walked into the river, but their great size and beauty.
Looking to gain an edge. Ride well, warrior. Do you...
Rain thistle. Moonwood branch.
Do not want to be the best. We should see our neighbors more often.
Celebrating means more dance fighting. I shall win this time. You
The
have come a
Kamatiri
long
are a
way.
strange lot, hidden for so long from our hospitality.
Do not let home be mistaken.
You are right. I keep forgetting she is from there.
If we ignore the Sky People today, they will swarm the circle tomorrow.
Young Etua, a Sahib turned warrior. Makes you wonder.
That old lush better focus on painting the Zak. The kites speak of celebration, but I cannot look upon them. They should all be chased back into the sky.
Tukru was in a mood again.
Was it a good or a bad one this time?
See what I have. Keep your head high. I am ready for another victim.
We must watch over the fools.
Basuk is awake. He will soon resume his journey. To think a Kamatire can brew Zanke worthy of the name. And so humble.
The sisters are younger than kin, but they understand better than him the challenges we face.
Are you the Sarantu envoy we've heard so much about? If you find yourself burdened, feel free to leave something in the basket. The clan will appreciate it. Traveling light is the Zeswa way. Harmony is found when no one's back is bent by their belongings. Our feet tread softly, doesn't so soon. We should not forget.
Come to watch us work.
Matter of fact, yes.
Soon Zaku will move once more.
But they look so happily asleep.
That is because they're stuck in their belly full.
Moonwood branch. Oh, Hunting lodge. Mother of Rivers. Paseo and Huawei.
God, he is so graceful. I could never.
Why would she say such a thing? She cannot keep her emotions inside. Not the first time. Wow. Is that the mark of the Sarentu? Come closer. Let me have a look at you. You may know the place already, but there is a Sarentu totem nearby.
Totem.
Some kind of... a totem? It looks familiar, somehow. Rinella, I found something. I think it's a totem. Old. The colors and weaving are a bit worn, but... it looks Sarenbu.
Another of our people's totems. Nor has also seen one.
Another? So there's even more out here.
There has to be. Noor also saw painted symbols near the totem. Is there something like that near yours? He wondered if the symbols meant for him to look in a specific direction, as though showing the way.
And did he see anything?
I know he tried hard. Stared for a long time, but he felt nothing.
Wait! Okay, so...
I know he tried hard. Stared for a long time, but he felt nothing. But I think Noor just wasn't patient enough. Our ancestors must have wanted us to see... something.
I'd like to try. Maybe I can find the right perspective.
Fast and strong, but intelligence is more important than both.
There is wisdom of the mind, but also wisdom of the body.
Runner's rest. Vaya. Kodai's hairstyle. Hold on.
Come on, Nimoon. Let's ride.
Gorilla bracelet.
A gas oil separation plant.
No, bro.
Let's jump to it. Close the pipelines for the waste pump and gas tank. Get that pressure rising, like shaking a soda can.
Incoming! Keep it covered. Keep your eyes open. I think something's up.
Copy. Defend this position at all costs.
Someone cover me. I'm repositioning.
Guess they took most of it when things got loud.
Wood shaper pouch. Cuatro nomás.
will let her approach. Let her
Ahora
go
no es
her
tanto.
own pace. Right. I will follow your lead. Come. All are welcome among the Zeswa.